Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? I hope you guys are well. Welcome. We are back in Pantheon. Give me a second here. I've got to make sure we don't lag out this evening. Okay. I've spent my life in sales and customer service and tech support, and I can tell you that I mean honestly, he shouldn't be the face as far as the verbalization of the game. Not for anything other than the fact that you can tell he has no experience in like any sort of public, like even when he stream it, like the way he addresses the audience, it's like he's pretty rough around the edges. I mean, he's doing what he can, right? I feel like Ben would have been the better choice for it, but I think he's doing other duties now. That was interesting. Hang on a second, stream. Sorry guys, I got a couple of people in my ear at the moment. We're trying to figure out if we're gonna get into something here in a few minutes. I gotta look something up real quick. Okay. Alright, they're discussing what the best option is, so we're gonna do a bit of harvesting until they figure out what we're doing. Then I'm gonna run to the bank, dump all this stuff off, and then we're gonna do whatever they want to do. hope you guys in chat are doing well. Hope you guys are having an alright Saturday. Mine was kind of okay. I didn't get a lot done around the house today. I did a bit of work online. I was invited out to dinner, so I went out to dinner. That was fun. Now, keep in mind, I'm only 17. I would say let's not do manor. I would say let's stay away from manor, because manor's not going to be good for anybody. Just find content that's like level 19 to 20 or 19 to 21. It's fine. We can handle anything that's 2 levels above me. That's not an issue. I need to start working on my climbing. So I have to spend like a whole evening just climbing stuff? Alright guys, we might have a climbing stream coming. You guys may want to take the night off. Whenever that happens. You guys are confusing me. What's the 11 and 12 talk? Oh, see, I always thought that place was closer to 20. Like, in my head, I always thought it was closer to 20. While they're finding more people, I'm working on my climbing. Actually, we can do that later. Harvesting's more important. Okay. It's quieter on Sundays. How did I pull aggro off my tank? Okay, they want us to jump over. Hang on a second, guys. Screen's off for a minute until we get reconnected. Yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. I just saw a blue bar on the left-hand side. I got a question. You guys know when you're sprinting how your stamina meter comes up as a yellow quarter circle on the right side of your character? I just jumped into this server, and for a split second, I saw a light blue meter on the left-hand side. What is that? Ah, gotcha. It was a hair of a split second. Just as it was rendering the character where I was, I saw the second meter, and I was like, what was that? Okay, so it's not the Osaurai. Okay. Hang on, guys. Misunderstanding. Okay, here we go again. Nope. Put you in the exact same spot where you were. I was just gonna follow that up by saying that's how they used to get around things back in the day. We had a good haul. Put all that in the bank. Nerds without borders. Tangle root is over there. I'm currently wearing a 7AC burlap robe. Sure, I mean, if it's higher than a 7AC, I'll take it. Sold. Ah, so it's broken just like the robe that I have on right now. It looks like a tunic. General, quest, Wolfblood. General, this is all general. That's... First discovered that moon lily petals radiate colds. Property could be... Okay, so... That's just giving us a hint on moon lilies. Bones are good there. Staff is good there. Still have the sword for the quest, even though it's not done. That needs to be sold. All the crafting stuff is in the bank. That is fine. Those are fine. Should be okay. Alright, we're heading to the next zone. Hey Necro, what's happening? Got your 82 mage. Swarming paw. Wait, what? Swarming paw. Split paw? Are you in EQ? Ah, gotcha. Wait, really? Bags are gonna have weight too? You guys ever play a monk back in the original EQ? Couldn't carry anything at all on inventory. And as far as currency goes, if you had more than 15 copper, you were encumbered, which negatively impacted your stats. So as a monk, you pretty much had to wear nothing. Well, I mean, you could wear your wearable cloth, but you couldn't carry anything. Yep. For sure. I agree. 10,000%. And to date, it's still the same. I've been, so before my time in Pantheon, I was streaming EQ, I think I mentioned earlier, for the better part of 9 years or whatever with the same guild, different progression servers. Anyhow, I play a shaman, and the shaman in EQ, if you don't know, at the end game, shaman has 1,000 different spells and blah blah blah, and all the different spells have all different particle effects, and you have your levitate and your float and your enduring breath and whatnot. And it was interesting because over the years, when I would get into conversations in my chat about like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, everybody trying to compare about what game is better, I would show them the aspects of EQ and they'd be like, oh, well, WoW doesn't have that. Or Final Fantasy doesn't have that. Oh, that's kind of cool. And I'm like, yeah, I know. EQ did it all first. Like, there's just no other explanation. It's nothing to do with a bias or nothing to do with nostalgia. They're the only game that had everything. Every other game has butchered themselves. Like, WoW took what they thought was best. Vanguard took what they thought was best. DAOC and Lineage took what they thought was best. But EQ was the first. EQ didn't have anybody to take anything from. So... And then people still today try and get in these conversations, quote, arguments with me as if they're going to trump me with a newer game, and it's like, you're not. I've seen it. You might not have played it back in the day. I've seen it. I've played it. I've done it. I know. There's no... EQ, after EQ, man, the mold was broken. Whatever was EQ will never be duplicated again. Where's the... I need to go back and bind. There's a bindstone just out here, but I don't know where the bindstone is here in AVP. Oh, yes, it was by the town. So, as... Yeah, for sure. Based on where we're going, because I have no idea how AVP is laid out, I can find myself to the town. Should I bind at the town, or should I bind at the end of Avelia? Okay. Have you guys said hello to the Dusk Fiend in AVP? I had an incident, Indiana Jones Temple of Doom style, about 3 nights ago. I was running in the middle, I don't know what I was running towards the forest, and all of a sudden, in front of me, charging me, like from the opposite direction, was this giant werewolf. Dude, I soiled my panties, I flipped out, I was like, no, don't kill me out here in the forest in the pitch black. I turned around and tried to run, and all I could think of was the giant boulder that chased Indiana Jones, and I died. It was like 2 hits. He hit me for like, I had 80 hit points, and I think he hit me for 70 damage for the first swing, and I was just like, I was terrified. I was like, what was that? Anyways, yeah, so I got introduced to the Dusk Fiend. Joppa had a stone golem on stream 2 days ago, and I guess it's kind of like the Dusk Fiend. It's one of those type of bosses. It kind of reminded me of the Magician Earth Pet from EQ2, but more with the animation of like a gorilla when it moved. I also got to see a warrior in full plate armor. Man, warriors look some sexy. How do you spell your name in game? Is it Spellweaver like Spell Weaver? This is the bank here, right? Yeah. Why this NPC isn't in its own bank, I have no idea. It's just a dumb name. My name when the game comes out will be Krushnek, and it'll be an ogre warrior. I had a warrior up until the player wipe from 3 weeks ago that I didn't know about. And then I didn't have a warrior, and I said, well, you know what? I'm not going to roll another one, because they're just going to do another wipe before early access. So I decided to mess around with the Necromancer. Oh, that's a sexy robe. Oh, even it has a tunic graphic. Dude. Look at that, man. +1 to wisdom, 5 to mana. I'm just running out to the Bindstone. Well, we keep going back to EQ? Yes, exactly. Yeah, man, nobody will ever duplicate EQ again. No matter what anybody says, no matter what games they compare to, there just won't be another EQ. And not that there needs to be. I don't think you could do EQ today. You wouldn't be able to do a 72-person raid type setup in today's environment with the video games of today. Not unless it was a PvP setting. If it was mass PvP, that's one thing. But for PvE, it won't happen again. You'll have your WoWs and you'll have your EQ2s and you'll have your Final Fantasies. what class would you prefer to have? And it's Halnirs we're going to? I mean, I could send tells to people on this server. Should I send tells? Like, what do I tell them what we're looking for what? Okay, where's that? I'm checking with a 16 rogue at the moment. Okay, how many I almost said gropes. How many gropes? What am I thinking? How many groups could sustain at spiders? Okay, so I just sent a tell to a 16 rogue on this server and said, hey, we're looking for a 6th, any chance you're looking for group? And they said they were in a spiders group already. So there's at least one group at spiders. Just trying to get some information. We don't need that anymore. We are one level away from our next pet. We just need to hit 18. Would you guys know, would general merchants sell higher DPS weapons in this zone as opposed to Avelia, or is it all the same? He's a very passionate typer. Okay, who do you buy weapons from if you can't buy from a weaponsmith? Seriously. Rogue Scrolls. Food Merchant. Cleric Scrolls. Summoner. Weapons. That's an axe. If it's not in here... Okay, trainee, so... Our staff is currently 7. Our pet has a great axe, which is 7. What is the great axe here, if anything? That's 4. That's 7. Same thing. Same thing. Well, I'm the most patient individual you'll ever meet, so have your outbursts. It's fine. I've dealt with worse. So the weapon sold in Demith, or Demith, however this town is pronounced, is the same thing as Avelia. They're all the same, just different names. I was looking for a better weapon for my pet. Just because the manor temporary weapons are so overpowered. I mean, obviously they're temporary, but the fact that a 7 DPS great axe on my pet right now and an 18 DPS great axe from the manor last night, bit of a difference, and of course I lost it because temporary. Yep. He's a very passionate person. I think we covered that. You have lead Mocha. Yeah, okay. I didn't know if you knew. I'm excited. That's a new area for me wherever we're going. What's happening? Mixelflix, hey, what's happening? Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the channel. How you guys doing? You guys, Pantheoners? Hope you guys are doing well. Ah, right on. Yeah, we're just getting organized to try and find a camp here in Avendir's Pass. I'm relatively new to the zone, so the crew here is, you know, doing most of the legwork. I'm just gonna yap at you guys and do some Necromancer stuff. What are you guys working on in Pantheon? Is that like a main game that you stream? Are you currently playing? What level are you? What class are you playing? Or what classes do you play if you play more than one tune? I do not. I only play the Necromancer for now. Once we get into early access, I'll be a warrior, I think. I've been falling in love with the Necromancer, so I'm not quite sure where I am there between Necromancer and warrior. Necromancer's been a lot of fun. I really like how they're done. It's pretty cool. Having your set of skills and then having the technique bar and how the technique stuff plays kind of like Vanguard. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Vanguard or not. Okay, I think we're ready to head out. Oh, for sure. What's the group made of? We have a Dire Lord, a Monk, an Enchanter, a Cleric, a Ranger, and myself as a Necromancer. We had a pretty fun time last night at the Manor. The Manor was pretty good. I ended up getting like 3 levels up there. What's that? I am. Now let's hope I don't trip. We're all here. Hey look, we're all around the same level roughly, so as long as we get pulls that are yellow, even, the odd orange, we're good. Whether it's McDonald's or Burger King, who cares? Like if people are going to want specific areas, say for specific individual targets, that's not going to happen. Let's just stay away from the Dusk Fiend, please. I don't want to die to him again. Oh, this is spiders. Hence the webs. And spiders. Okay, that's cool. This will be good XP. This is fantastic. There's Orphan Shriek here at the top of the hill. I don't think anybody's looking at it. Well, he sees us. He's on the other target. Nobody saw that shriek on the hill. People weren't looking. I was looking. Just saying. I saw it. You guys saw me. I turned. I saw the shriek at the top of the hill. I said something. And just like that, a group can go south. So don't get all showy-offy when you guys get in game. You want to see if maybe we can get a few more people in here? I don't get what? No, I can't. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. I don't see mine. So apparently I got aggro. I don't know how that happened. Okay. We gotta be a little more careful. I guess I didn't die right up where the tank was. I thought I died where the tank was. Oh, that's not good. So what you guys are witnessing is I just de-leveled for the first time. If you notice, I was level 17, about 4% in, and now we're back into 16. So I've de-leveled for the first time in 24 years. Oh my. If somebody would have told me today I was gonna, or somebody would have told me back then I would have de-leveled in the game today, they said you were crazy. And I just de-leveled. Now we gotta try and get back to the group. Yeah, I have 2 corpses over there now. I'm making my way back to you guys now. Now the only problem there was that shriek creeped up top after 4 people had run past, so they wouldn't have seen it. And by the time we saw it, it was too late. The tank had already aggroed the other spider. That's all. If we'd have all stuck with the tank, we'd have all gone around the corner and aggroed that spider. But no, he didn't. But he was fighting. What's that? Hey, Stogrim, what's happening? Now, where you got that corpse spell, did you happen to see the second one? Thank you, because I didn't see it, and I thought I was by the tank. What are we grinding tonight? I'm in the land that never sees sun, apparently. We're in Avendir's Pass, which is the next region over from where we were, and we're at a place called the Spider's Camp, which is a section of the forest where it's got like webbing hanging from the trees to the ground, and there's spiders everywhere. We unfortunately were rounding a corner, and half the group got around the corner. The other half didn't keep moving, and the group that didn't keep moving aggroed a spider that was walking up on top of a hill. And then when that aggroed, the tank, who was already around the corner, had aggroed the target that we should be on. So we had two spiders ill-prepared. The enchanter wasn't near both of them, so half the group ended up dying. And then someone got their panties in a twist and left. Ah, nice. He came out 14 on the first cast. We'll take it. But look, Stoker, man, I don't know what to tell you. We're all adults. This far into the internet and this far into MMOs, the assumption is that everybody playing this particular game right now is an adult, a grown adult. And I find kids every day. And it's frustrating because it ruins the experience. I'm okay with it. You guys know how patient I am, but the problem is it'll ruin it for everybody else in the group. So annoying, man. People just can't deal. Should I be moving to you guys? That's fine. You know what? That's perfectly fine. I'll eat that, and we'll just get back to fixing the group. Do we have any idea where Omegar is? Like his corpse? Yay, we get a second res. So, I was just telling my stream, I officially have seen a D level for the first time in like 24 years. Oh, there's a group right there. Okay, you guys see those locks to you in group? For their bodies? We'll have to try and grab their bodies. Three, 4, 6, 4, 1372. Yeah, Omegar and Zorasha. Omegar is somewhere in this area. He sees torches north of him. Widow aggro. And then that was Zol's, so Omegar said he was around the same area. $34.64 by $13.72. That's this way. Oh, I don't know. I saw you. Hey, Spell. With the lock system, based on the lock that Omegar typed, 3464, and then I used the third value by 1372, it's not down where you're running right now. It's up by me in the direction I'm facing, but there's a spider weaver over there. So I don't know if we have to go in that direction, but based on location, that's the general direction. That's probably what killed him. It was 3464, and then I used the third value, so 1372. So 3464 by 1372. And it was an orphan shriek that killed him. I don't think anything's been pulled over there, so if you happen to see an orphan shriek, it's probably in that area. Man, the woes of trying to find a body. No luck? He says he thinks he sees 3 people north of him, so that would be our south, right? I mean, I would think he's looking at... No, he hasn't released yet. What level am I? We were 17. I de-leveled to 16. So right now I'm 16.97. I'll need 2 kills to level again. But we're trying to find a corpse. I don't think so. I'm not seeing it. And he says he thinks he sees 3 people, so he wouldn't see the group, because that looks like a full group of 6. And see, I can't move forward because I don't have invis like you do, so I can't go past that silly spider. He's close to a wall. Oh, so maybe he's up along the wall here. $34.64, $13.72. $34.64. Okay, we're going down. We're going down. We're going down. Spell, come to me. I don't know where you are, but come to me. I'm right up on the zone wall. Or close to it. If I had to guess, he's straight ahead from me, but I don't want to go up over that hill in case there's aggro. Is it a shriek? The orphan... Is it just orphan, though, or is it orphan shriek or orphan weaver? There, see? Victory! I'm a champion! Da, da, da. So, for those who are unfamiliar, Pantheon is going to use the location system that EverQuest uses, /LOC. A few other games have used it back in the day. Anytime you die, write this down. If you plan on playing this game, write this down. Anytime you... and post-it note it to your monitor. Anytime you die, you type /LOC and hit enter before you release, or type any other message, or do anything. So again, anytime you die, /LOC, enter. And keep those numbers. Because if not, good luck. You'll get frustrated, you'll leave your group, someone in your group will leave because you can't figure out where your body is. So, when you die, first step, /LOC, first commandment of grouping. When you die, /LOC. So, I don't think my pet may be strong enough to take one of these pets on with tanking. Should I start sending a few tells to see if we can find a tank? Warrior's the first one. Oh, that didn't work. Does the filter not work? Any warrior. Okay, I guess not. Whoa, that tank is level 30 already? That didn't work either. Oh, you can't do by level. Interesting. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And daytime has shown up. We're down a tank at the moment. The difficulty is finding a tank around our level. Tanks are on, but a lot of the tanks are lower level. They're you know, relatively new into the game. So I create a warrior and you guys help me level? I would just turn his volume down. He's not loud for me. Not you, Spell. The interesting thing I like about the Necromancer, and I said this a couple nights ago, you can actually have a pet that summons higher than your level. When we were level 12 and we got our level 12 pet, which is the pet we're still using right now, we summoned him and he came out at level 14. And I was like, that's weird. Is that a bug? Apparently not. Apparently they give you a couple of levels buffer. So at level 18, when I get my next pet, which is in a level, apparently it can come up to level 20. And the thing with necropets, they're random levels when you spawn them. So I could just dismiss this guy, or this guy could die, and I could resummon again, and he might come out level 9, or level 8, or level 12, or level 13, or level 10. And the unfortunate thing is, you have to burn through bone fragments to try and get the highest level you can, right? Because you want to have the best chance possible. So if you plan on playing Necromancer, you're going to want to stock up on bone fragments. And the cool thing is, they've said that the game isn't tailored to soloers or solo play. And I get a lot of questions on stream about the game and can I solo? And I always have to tell the person, not efficiently, not good, and you're probably not going to want to. However, with that said, the other day, at level 12 with a level 14 tank pet, I went up against some goblins that were even con to me, which proves to be a bit of a... Oh yikes, my pet just aggroed. So wait a minute, you can't target my pet if you needed to heal it? Ah, gotcha. What if, and this is just for my benefit, you don't have to do this going forward, but can you make a macro, like when I summon a pet, whatever name my pet has, can you set a macro that says /tar my pet's name and then target the pet? Do you know? I'm out of combat, so at least. $13, we'll take it. There's a 15 cleric by the name of Mom that's looking for group, M-O-M. They're in Throne Fast currently. The group is split up. I got Moko back where we were, Spell and Zul back towards town, and then myself and Omegar in the middle. Where should we meet? Let's go back to town? Okay, so we've got a tank, but now we need a healer. The healer has a tank. I know it's not exciting to those of you that are sitting in chat because you're like, come on now, where's the group? But unfortunately, it does take time. There aren't many people on in our level range, especially for the roles that we need, and we're only very lucky that the healer has a tank character. Oh, that tune was bound right here. That mom person just poured it in. They were in Throne Fast. That cleric agreed to come along, did they? Okay, Omegar's back in. You want to send him an invite? Or if you're working on another stuff, make myself or Spell lead, and then we'll get the invites out while you do your juggling. Hey man, what's going on? I am. We're in Pantheon. Okay, we're almost back up and ready to go again. The tank is just sorting out their gear, and then they'll be good to go. Okay, I made you leader again. Anybody in chat ever watch the cartoon Voltron back in the day? Or I think they did a newish version about 10 years ago or so. They're doing a live-action Voltron, and I believe Henry Cavill is part of it, or is signed to it. I think that's who it was. So that'll be interesting how they play out a live-action Voltron. I don't even know if you guys know Voltron or not. No, probably in Pantheon. I just experienced my first D level in 24 years. Yeah. There are D levels original EQ style. So I was 17 and I ended up dying, and I just hit 17 last night, so I ended up losing it and going into 16. So now I got to get 17 back. That's going to be a shock to the system for a lot of players when they jump into this game for the first time. They'll die, they'll get organized, they'll get out and start to kill something, and all of a sudden their spell won't work, and they're like, wait a minute, why is my spell not working? What's happening? You talking Voltron? Are you a Lion guy or Car Voltron guy? Yo, dude, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. If they could have found a better storyline for the 15 car Voltron, I was down. Are you kidding? The 3 different squads? I was down. I enjoyed that so much more than the 5 lions. And I used to own the 5 lions. I used to have the plastic and the metal. The metal was expensive back in the day. I'm all for Voltron. I can't wait to see what they do with it. It'll be interesting, because by the time it comes out, most of the planet won't even know what it is. They'll have to fall down a YouTube hole. I'm guessing Henry Cavill will end up being Black Lion, I assume. I would think that would be his role. I'm pretty sure it was Henry Cavill that was signed to it. I'm pretty sure. Here we go. Turn off pet taunt so I don't steal aggro. Get the damage debuffed. Start putting in my dots. And then med. So at level, I think it was 14? I can't remember, it might have been 14. We got a spell called Veil of Undeath. It's a cannibalize for necromancers, so it passively takes my health to give me a bit of mana. You can see it here. We're gradually taking damage and getting a bit of mana back at a time. It's because we just got it and we're low level compared to the spell. You kind of have to balance it. So I probably won't have it on for the whole time we're here. There's probably going to be a point where I'll have to switch it off, you know, for time constraint, I would say. But it also depends on the heals. If I watch my health start to proc up because of radial heals, then I'll leave the buff up. As long as I don't get aggro. That's the important thing. He's resisting. Here we go. Resisted. Resisted. This is a yellow to me. My pet not swinging? Yay, we got 17 back. Okay, you know what? We're going to turn that buff off that I just talked about. Because we have another one that takes a portion of our mana to restore mana to a target. We're going to help the healer out, I think. This is actually a pretty cool spell. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Real Necros would just keep it up 24/7? Maybe. We all know I'm not a real Necro, though. I mean, I'm pretty good. For someone who doesn't play Necros. I will say, the one thing the Necro doesn't have is a resist debuff. I find it interesting that there's no curse debuff for the curses that a Necro has. Because I can't see any other class having a curse debuff. Maybe the bard will get some kind of... Maybe. That might actually be a selling point for the bard. My understanding is the whole reason for the bard being after launch, I believe the bard will be after launch unless they decide to drop a big surprise during early access. This game uses minimal progression. Like if you notice with our buffs, here, Lyrith's Grace. So we're all in our teens in game, and my charisma is only going up by 2 points. It's not like plus 10 or plus 15. And if you look at my stats, being level 17 right now, you'd look at that and go, wait a minute, you should have higher stats than that. No, because it's a low numbers game right now. The problem with the bard is, the bard would make it... The bard would lopside things. Like, there are a lot of people who play bards who have complained for the longest time about why they don't have bards in game, blah blah, why don't they have bards, I want to play a bard, blah 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 blah. It's because they know that if they had a bard in game to buff those low numbers, it would make the game unfair. So if they can find a way to bring the bard out with as minimal number change as possible to a group, then I could see the bard being viable. But even I can't see the bard being viable if it's going to make a small numbers game a medium or large numbers game and just tip the whole difficulty of the experience. That's why. That's what I feel anyways. I could be wrong, but that's what I feel. We were talking about this the other night. I said the same thing. If they can find a way for bard songs to have a very minimal impact on a group... What's that? Oh yes, I re-dinged 2 kills ago. And I'm sure they thought about it. The problem with bringing, let's say, a class like a bard in with group benefits on a small numbers game, then you're going to have a bunch of players complaining that the bard was nerfed or that the bard needs to be buffed or whatever. And that's just a whole bunch of headaches they don't want to deal with. They want a stable game to come out, you know? I get it. I understand. And people can say, yeah, but you can't just say that about the bard and every other class be in the game. Yes, you can, because you darn well know that the bard is specifically designed to level up a group. Not the individual. There's no other class in the game right now that buffs a group like a bard would, right? So there is that. It's just common sense on their part. They're not looking for some big selling point. They're not looking to say, hey, guess what? We've got the bard now. Yay, everybody come play. That's not it. They don't have a place for the bard to be in the game. That's why they don't have the bard in the game. Period. There's no big discussion. There's no debate. I mean, if you got to roll a bard and you got in a group and you had, let's say, a strength song that buffed the group's strength, well, it would have to buff it by 1. Maybe 2 points, no more than that. And a bard is going to look at that and go, well, I'm not playing a class if the song's only going to buff it 1 or 2 points. 1 or 2 points won't make a big deal, and therein lies the problem. So... I'm sure they'll find a way to get the bard in so that it's good for the game. But right now, I don't think a bard would be good for the game. And specifically a bard. I'm just not sure why the druid is taking so long. Like, what are they doing with the druid? What are they doing with the druid? Or what are their plans for the druid that would make them think that the druid wouldn't be a good fit for the game right now? Like, you would think the druid would have, what, like a damage shield? Like a thorns? What else would you have? Oh. I gotta give that cleric mana. Take my mana! Take my mana! Dude, the Necro... Man, I might play a Necro on launch. We keep getting new spells every time I level that just make me fall more in love with the Necro, man. This is insane. I can do so much with the Necro. Boar's a gray con. I wouldn't worry about it. So Necro's got a cool skill at level 14 that pumps mana to a random target. So I've been pumping the healer with mana. So I just can't debuff when I do that, but I figure the heals are more important. I love the 20 plus ones I have on EQ. I just love how handy the class is. Yeah, for sure. Heals for it, and that's true. Druids would have like a heal over time, a damage shield. I don't know if anybody has a run speed buff. There's food that gives run speed or movement speed, but I don't know if there's a class that gives movement speed. So I guess druids maybe could have, you know, a 10% increase to speed or something. I love it when all my spells land. I'm telling you guys, man, the Necro's really growing on me. I keep saying it, but the Necro's growing on me. I'm running through my head right now all the different scenarios in this game where I could utilize the Necro in different directions. Not necessarily to show off, but to kind of show off. Without letting people know that you're kind of showing off. Elaborate. So for those who might be familiar with a game called Vanguard Saga of Heroes, this game incorporates something called, I'm calling it the technique bar, or techniques. So down here you have your main hotbar. These are your main skills. You have 7 slots plus your auto attack. You can only have 7 skills socketed at a time. As you can tell from my spellbook right now, we have a lot more than 7 spells. So you have to be intelligent and tactful in picking what spells to have out depending on where you are. For example, it just dawned on me that last night we were at the Manor Camp, which is all undead. So I had my undead root on, which is Shackle Bones. Now that we're fighting sentient creatures, hence the spiders, I need to put on my regular root in place of it. So the Necromancer has damage, the Necromancer has utility, the Necromancer has mana pumping, the Necromancer has heals. But anyhow, with the technique bar, the way the technique bar works is similar to in Vanguard, archetypes had certain abilities that would flash or flicker depending on when they were used during combat. So as an example, if a warrior was fighting in Vanguard and they dashed into an enemy and then opened up with a bash, that shield bash might apply a disoriented state to the target. Now there could be a wizard who has a spell that only lights up when a mob or their target is in a disoriented state. So all of a sudden the wizard's ability pops up and they're like, oh, he's disoriented. Okay, I'll go ahead and use that skill. If the warrior hadn't have used the bash skill, or if it had missed, the wizard would never have used that spell or couldn't use that ability in sequence. Now they still had their main skills that they could use, but they wouldn't be able to do these combos. This game uses the technique bar down here. This is separate from your main skills. So from what I've... Hang on a second, what did they just say? Oh, we had an ad. Hang on a second. Let me get going on this ad. So you can see that I always go to the technique bar first before I go to my debuffs. And I'll explain why in a moment. Nice, they all landed. Okay, so when you first start out the game, you don't have any of these skills. And then as you start to level and as you start to use your other spell skill, or your others... Hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself. So with your adventuring skills, for a caster, we have Conjuration, Corruption, Enervation, Evocation, Restoration, as far as a Necromancer goes. Now, you wouldn't think a Necromancer would have access to all those different schools of magic, because they don't in EQ, they don't in other games as well. They're typically dots, debuffs, and pet heals. So, when you start the game, and you start using all your skills, the game won't tell you, but all of a sudden, this ability Force will pop into your book. Hence, it's level 1. I didn't have an alert for it, I didn't have any way to know it was there. I saw it by fluke, just after we started playing the Necro. And so, when you look at Force and you read the description, it says caster technique, not ability. Then it says put your target in the opening gap state for 30 seconds. So I'm thinking, what's opening gap? And then my mind starts racing and I'm thinking, oh, we open a wound. Okay, I get it. Then down here it says the opening gap state can be manipulated by other techniques to cause additional effects. Well, my mind, being that I played Vanguard, automatically went to Vanguard. I thought, holy crap, they put the combo system in Pantheon, which was amazing in Vanguard, by the way. So sure enough, when I use Force on a target and it hits, the opening gap shows up on the mob, and you'll see it. It looks like a crosshair, a white crosshair on a black background. When that happens, other classes, they have ability or abilities that will light up for use. And so you have to pay attention, because these are very important skills to apply that have nothing to do with your main skill line. As I got levels, and as I started using other skills and keeping all my magic school skills maxed out, I ended up unlocking Power Sap, which you see here, this glowing fist. And if you look at it, it says Necromancer technique, so only Necromancers have this ability. It says, exploits the opening gap state, creating Rattled, which reduces their outgoing damage by 8%. It's a strength debuff, and a significant one at 8%, but the only way it applies is if somebody puts the mob in opening gap, in this case me. So that's why I go to that first before I go to my main debuffs, because I want to weaken the mob to make it easier on the tank. And every one of you that plays a Necromancer should be doing this. So I do it. You can see that the crosshair turned to this little flexed arm that's kind of faded out. That's the Rattled. So now that the outgoing damage has been dropped, then you can go ahead and apply your dots. That's just one thing. There's other statuses. I just unlocked something that puts my target in the exposed state. I have nothing for exposed, but somebody else, like a rogue, I believe, and a ranger, I think, have exposed abilities that light up when I put expose on. Now, it says it's a utility technique. So utility technique means more than one class has availability to it. It doesn't do anything as far as damage, heals, etc., but it allows other abilities to light up and become active in your group. So again, everybody in your group has to pay attention. Static groups will be king in this game. And it's unfortunate to say, but static groups will be king, because they will all get it. This will be what I wanted EverQuest 2 to be. When EverQuest 2 came out, they had the Heroic Opportunity Wheel, which allowed the different archetypes in the game to cycle through certain special abilities to make these daisy chains to trigger additional effects or abilities that had nothing to do with their regular skills. So it didn't require mana, but it did things like single target damage, single target heal, group defense buff, group heal over time, group mana replenish, all sorts of stuff. But you had to get all the people in your group on board with manipulating the Heroic Opportunity Wheel. If not, you missed out on a very important part of EQ2, which was unfortunate for the majority of players, because next to nobody paid attention to the Heroic Opportunity Wheel except for people who were in static groups. So those are just two ways with the Necro. Then, of course, you have the ability like Pact of Shadow, which allows me to sacrifice a portion of my mana to restore mana to someone else, like a healer. So once I have my debuffs on the target, if I'm comfortable with the mana, and if I'm comfortable with the debuffs on the target, even if debuffs resist it, as long as I have certain debuffs on, I can automatically go to the healer, watch for the healer, and then heal them up. I'm not going to melee for any significant amount of damage, and I can't overstack my own debuffs. So there's really nothing else for me to do once my buffs are applied, other than run up in melee or pump mana to the healer. So again, that's another utility aspect for Necros, and I promise you there will be Necromancers who will never do that. They won't think to do that. They'll go, oh, that's dumb. But that's in this game, I've made the discovery yesterday when I got this skill that it's going to be phenomenal. And then depending on what classes you're grouped with, determines what abilities or what roles or what tactical decisions you make when it comes to fighting different targets. Not just orphan widowers, but what about orphan shrieks? What about orphan, whatever else is out there? I know there's 3 or 4 other different types of orphan spiders. But this is where it comes into... I've always been a fan of players who set themselves apart from others. I've talked about this before. In EverQuest 2, I was a bit of a big deal. I was highly sought after by 8 different guilds across 4 different servers. They all offered to pay for my character transfer to have me transfer over because I could play a guardian like nobody else. That's the facts. It's not a brag. I'm just telling you, it's just to give you guys an idea. Most people who played a guardian would play to a certain point and then go and play some other class because they figured they learned the guardian was fine, it wasn't anything special, blah blah blah, whatever. It's not the case. I was able to run circles around almost every other guardian in the game based on learning how your classes played. I didn't think Pantheon was going to have that because of the limited spell set, because if you guys know from EverQuest and EverQuest 2, you get quite a lot of spells and skills in EverQuest 2 at the end game. Like if I were to log into my guardian right now at level 115, 110, whatever the max level was when I stopped playing, I have like 40 abilities, 40 at least, that I use. And that's not even including macros that I've set up for warnings and gear and consumables and certain situations with raid targets. Like EverQuest 2, to this day, was still the most tactical MMORPG I've ever played. And you guys that have been here over the last decade, you know that I've said it every time. There is no other MMORPG that is as tactical when it comes to raiding as EverQuest 2 under SOE. Nobody. Not WoW, not Final Fantasy, not Guild Wars, not ArcAge, not DAOC, not Lineage, not Aeon, not Terra, none of them. And it's a phenomenal experience. And now I'm realizing that with the Warrior and the Necromancer in this game, I think we're going to be able to get to a point where you're going to have 10 Necros, and they're all going to play different. They're all going to think different. And I think that's going to be a selling point for anybody else who has the mentality that I have when it comes to playing this game. You want to do your best. You want to be able to do things that either surprise, impress, or turn a losing situation into a win without letting the group know. I hope that all made sense. But the Necro, I don't play Necromancers. But this Necro is really growing on me because of what I'm realizing that I can do with the Necro. Hey, Village, what's happening? Do I still have my blacklist book? Yes. Yes. Do I have names from this game, from this server, from the past 3 weeks? Yes. I most certainly do. You guys won't know them, but I certainly do. It seems you're really enjoying the Necro. Dude, I'm really enjoying the Necro. Oh, what just did that? Healer needs mana. Is the spider doing that AoE? Okay, I'm out of mana. I pumped the healer as best I could. can't get in close because the AoE's gonna kill me if I can't heal myself. They got plenty of mana now. Man, I am realizing how many ways you can utilize the Necromancer right now. I was just telling like, dude, I'm really enjoying the Necro. People always underestimate the supportability. Dude, people underestimate a lot of things. People underestimate a lot of things. Hey, playthrough. What can the Necro do? What can't the Necro do? Dude, it's crazy. I mean, I probably can't tank, obviously. I think tanking is the only thing we can't do. I mean, my pet would be alright, kind of, sort of. Not in this setting. These mobs would be a bit too strong for my pet, but if I was... So, this game was designed, as you guys may be aware, typically it's 80 to 85% group content, and then 15-20%, you know, solo or other content. This game is not being designed to be friendly to soloers. If you are a soloer, I'm highly going to ask you to not play this game because you won't like it. However, with that said, I'm realizing that with the Necro, I actually have situations where I can solo somewhat efficiently, which is interesting. I'm still working on it because, you know, we're only still new to the Necro, and I am only level 17 currently, and I've spent most of my time in a group. But I was soloing. I was doing some experimentation a couple nights ago with some goblins, and it's interesting because I think... I can't speak for the summoner, but I think the Necro could very well solo reliably, at least for the first 20 levels. At least for the first 20 levels. I think. I would need to do some more testing. I may do that, I may not do that. I'm not sure. I don't plan on playing a Necro into early access or launch. I plan to be a warrior, so... I'm only playing a Necro now because they had a player wipe 3 weeks ago before the new season, and ogres aren't in the game yet. So once ogres come in, we'll be making a warrior. Oh, we got an ad. So again, we're going to debuff its strength. So now it's doing less damage. Now we're going to expose it for somebody else in the group to capitalize on it, and then we're going to confuse the mob. Now we're going to go ahead and debuff. The last thing we'll do is put on our life drain if it lands. Well, all this is resisting. Oh, it all resisted. I'm throwing heals at Mom. I'll get her out of unconsciousness. I can't heal anymore, I'm low health. Gotta give Mom mana. There we go, we're good. We should be good. See? This is one of the things, dude, I healed the priest, I brought them out of, oh, it was just a knockdown. I brought them out of unconsciousness, I was able to get my health back, I was able to regen my mana, and I was able to send that mana to the heal. Like, dude, it's fantastic. The utility of, oh, I was too close for the AoE. I gotta back up. Throwing a couple heals to spell. Fantastic. Okay, let's med a minute. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Are all the servers in the same time zone for now? I don't believe so. I know there's a European server. I forget the name of it at the moment. So they would be at least 4 hours off, based on Greenwich Mean Time. I'm not so far along, but I've only soloed so far. My Necro got to level 10. Groups are fairly fun on my Cleric. I heard Shaman was pretty OP last season. I'm not sure, Village. I considered rolling a Shaman before I rolled the Necro, but I didn't want to fall in love with the Shaman and not play a Warrior. So I decided to go with the Necro. Why's my pet all the way over there? Go over here, dude. I didn't tell you to stay. You played Shaman last test? Felt good? Right on, Acer. What classes are other streamers playing? If you guys are watching other because I get raids every now and then from other Pantheon streamers, what classes are they playing? What classes have you guys seen that you guys like or that you guys might think you play on early access or launch? Nice, everything landed. Fantastic. Pets still have haste? Nope. We'll send our mana to the healer. This also levels up our augmentation skill, which is nice. See a lot of Necro. Yeah, you're right. It's the newest flavor. It's the newest class. So there's a lot of Necros. Trying to figure out how they work. Okay, here comes another Shriek. These are the AoEers. Nice. Ooh, a nightingale. What's a nightingale? Is that a rogue? Gotta get my mana back, man. Might have to sit out the next pull. So far, the group comp of all the classes seems to work out nice so far. I haven't really had a problem with group. We had 3 Necros with us last night at Manor. And that went pretty well with 3 of us. I mean, we all knew not to pull hate, which was nice. It's very rare you get a situation like that. We didn't have any face rollers, which was nice. I feel like mana regen in the game is perfect. It's got the right slowdown. We're going to skip one of our dots. We'll put 3 on instead of 4 just to give us a little bit of extra mana, just in case we get in a situation where I need to pump the healer again. I love the animation for the mez. That pendulum is just great. So we're about to lose Omegar in 30 minutes. Should we start looking for DPS? You guys have anybody that's on? I giggle every time the Necro says, "I'm sorry." Like a sympathetic necro. The spider's attacking us with all rage, and we're like, sorry, we gotta do it. You'd think the necro was Canadian. Shamans say that too? It's funny. It's funny. Maybe they're not saying I'm sorry, but I'm telling you, it sounds an awful lot like I'm sorry. Oh, interesting. So the spider gets frenzied at low health. Let me see if the shriek gets frenzied also. Just had a server restart? Wait, in Pantheon? What server were you on, Art? Havensong. Havensong's had a couple of restarts tonight. Havensong's fallen off the server list, I think, 3 times so far since how long did I get on? 3 hours ago. It could be population related because it keeps filling up. This is what it's going to be like, man, when you guys get in game. Nighttime, man. There's no mage light. No grid or lightstone. Just torches. I'd have my torch out, but I left it on my rogue pet. And like Pokemon, my rogue pet is unsummoned at the moment. So I'd have to summon it, take the torch off, and then summon the tank back out again. I'm good, though. I'm good. I'm good with limited light. EverQuest is the list high fantasy players, what lineage was to everything that came out. The Korean MMO. Yeah. Good point. Yeah, valid point, Alex. I agree. The Asian market, you know, had the grind MMOs. Black Desert Online, Guild Wars, Rift, Arcade. They all had those inspirations. Because over there, like for those who don't know, over there, the way they run their online ecosystem, they try and keep you're rewarded for being on as long as possible. That's why games like Black Desert Online are grind games, because they're designed to keep people on forever over there. We don't have that here. Over here we have people who want stuff in a shorter time frame. People choose to be on all night in North America to raid and so on and so forth, but over there they have to work 25 hours a day just to try and get somewheres. And then they started bringing those games over here because companies didn't want to put money behind building new product, so they decided to import other product and try and sell that. And it went over well for some people, but a lot of people who were used to this style were like, you know what, it's not for me. We're also in a different time. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people had more time to sit down and play. Nowadays, people don't have that same kind of time, which can be a double-edged sword with Pantheon, because with Pantheon, sure, you can jump in and play for a half hour, an hour, hour and a half, but if you want to make progress to feel good about the time that you put into the game, you're going to want to be here 3-4 hours, and a lot of people can't do that. You know, there could be a bunch of people that want to play this game, and a large portion of those people will not play this game because they know they don't have the time to put into this game, which is unfortunate with the way the world is. That's why other companies refuse to make these style of games. All the games that are coming out now, besides this one, it's not necessarily instant gratification, but it is pretty close to that. It's everybody gets a trophy. You know? But I will say, if you're not a social person, for the amount of time that I've been talking to you guys this evening and the people in the group, if you are not a social person, you will not get along in this game. You need to make friends. You need to reach out. You cannot sit here and wait for someone to pick you up to run a group. That will not happen. You need to be active, because these environments, as you guys have seen tonight, they're not that friendly. So people are going to be very untrustworthy when the game launches. They're going to try and find similar named players, or players in their guild, or players that live across the street from them. You know? It's going to happen. There's no auto queue. There's no, you know, World of Warcraft instancing. There's no Destiny instancing. You get out of this game what you put into this game, period. Man, these resists are annoying. We're going to feed the healer a bit. Oh, might have to feed the enchanter. Feed an enchanter. Dudes, I'm telling you, the Necro's phenomenal. I'm telling you, the Necro is phenomenal. I'm okay going out of mana and then sitting out a fight. I still have the pet to do a bit of DPS, and then when I need to get my key debuffs in, I just wait till I get the minimum mana to do that and then do that. Oh, I'm still a ways away. I'm only 30% in. What's Whisper 3? Ah. Whisper's mana regen. My silence? Oh, he went to find the target. What's that over there? Is that a guard? That's not undead. What is that? Forlorn Apparition. I thought it might have been a name. If I recall correctly, Lineage even inspired Ashes of Creation, Throne of Liberty. Yes, so all these companies take what they feel is the best of different games, and they put them together. It all started from EQ. We had a small portion of this conversation at the start of the stream tonight. EQ, there was no comparison to EQ, right? When EQ came out, there was just EQ. There was Ultima Online, but Ultima Online is not the same game and has no bearing in this conversation, so there's no point in bringing it up because I'm going to think you're ignorant. With EQ, EQ had so many systems inside that when World of Warcraft and EverQuest 2 went into development, both teams decided to pull from EQ and add their own stuff. WoW added their own world, their own characters, their own race and class type combinations, their own skills. Both EQ2 and WoW went more intimate, meaning smaller group size or smaller raid size, smaller world in essence, but still a fantastic experience. And then other games like Final Fantasy XI, Horizons, Aeon, Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage, they decided to pull from those games and say, okay, well, we want this, we want that, we want this. Everything starts from something. There was a first human, there was a first dog, there was a first wolf, there was a first bear, there was a first computer, there was a first typewriter, there was a first piece of paper, there was a first of everything, and EQ was the first. People and people who jump in and say, yeah, but EQ pulled inspiration from Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, they did, but Dungeons and Dragons wasn't a video game. It wasn't EQ. They had video games for Dungeons & Dragons, which has nothing to do with EQ because there was no such thing as the internet and no such thing as multiplayer. But EQ was the beginning. And they had 100 different systems and 100 different video games, pulled a handful of systems, and put their own twists on it, and here we are today, period. That's the discussion. Nothing else. There wasn't anything in a game today that EQ didn't have. They had factions, they had levels, they had stats, they had gear, they had different quality gear, they had races, they had classes, they had towns, they had ecosystems, they had cold, they had hot, they had forest, jungle, they had mountains, they had underground, they had above ground, they had in the water, they had underwater. Like, EQ had everything. And then all the other games out there borrowed from EverQuest, period. And the whole mic drop of it all is we're 30 years into EverQuest 1, and they have a new expansion coming out, and they're still motoring along. And they have the largest flushed out ecosystem than any other game in existence, including games like World of Warcraft. And they always will, because there are enough players that keep getting into EverQuest that allow Darkpaw Games to keep EQ afloat. EQ will be around for a long time. Trying to root it, but it resists. I got it rooted. A couple tries, but it worked, so we got 20 seconds. Telling you, man, Necro just saved this group. I'm telling you, the Necro's phenomenal. Out of combat. Sometimes I wonder what could have been if Vanguard could have succeeded. Dude, I was in Vanguard from the beginning. I was Vanguard's in-game warrior class lead. Uh-oh, there's aggro again. I'm in aggro again. Was that me or one of you? Might be a bit of a problem. Need to bring the pet back out. Perfect. You remember Vanguard? Dude, Vanguard was amazing. I put all my effort at the time into building the warrior. Well, actually, I mean to building the game. I took part in the diplomacy system, the crafting system, the adventuring system. I tested the world mob spawns. I tested trash mobs. I tested quest lines. I did everything you would think a person would do in a development cycle for a game. I wasn't paid by them or nothing. I just applied for a beta back in the day. I got a CD in the mail. I installed, jumped in, and they spoke to me one evening, and Brad McQuaid asked me if I wouldn't mind being in charge of warriors, relaying data back and forth to them. I said, sure, no problem, let's give it a whirl. I was young. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And the game was phenomenal, and the game was... oh man, we got ad. Are we running this off? Rooting. Okay, I weakened it. I'm gonna go ahead and pump the healer. Throwing a couple heals to Omega. Oh, that just scared the crap. I was like, who's that? I thought that was a player. Sorry, pet ton off. The spider's still mezzed back there. So nobody in group apparently has an exposed ability. Mind-controlled human. Where are the mind-controlled humans coming from? Is that an enchanter thing? Pumping spell. Mm-hmm. I saw. My dots are on, so it's better to go to you in case you have to mess something. What was I saying? Oh, on my Vanguard point. Vanguard was flawless until about a month before the end of beta. At that time, they implemented a patch to the warehouse district to try and bring it up so that players would have an endgame location that had substance when the game launched. The problem was when they did this, all their updates to the warehouse had linking effects to all the other aspects of the game. Crafting, diplomacy, town faction, town buffs, certain mob spawns. But when they applied the patch, they actually broke the game. The game released in that broken state, which is unfortunate because a lot of players who went into that game thinking they were going to have a fun time didn't, and within like the first 4 months or 5 months, they had lost the majority of their players because the game was broken. People couldn't get stuff to it still irks me. We're like what, 15 years later, and it still irks me when I talk about this because we begged and pleaded, and I almost got into arguments with the all three lead like Brad and whoever he had for his left and right person. We used to talk in MSN Messenger, and I harassed them for a week and a half, telling them they need to roll back. You need to roll back to the previous build. We need a working game on launch. The game was flawless. I know because I was a level 50 diplomat, I was a level 50 crafter, I was a level 50 tank. Everything was flawless. Everything was working. They broke it with the patch. They turned around and told us, the beta crew, that don't worry, we have plenty of time to get it fixed. Then all of a sudden they went quiet, the beta ended, the game came out broken. I believe Sony came along, told them they had the game long enough, we need to start seeing a return on our investment, the game is coming out. They probably said, well, we kind of have a bit of work to do to the game to get it stable, and Sony probably said, we don't care, get the game out. And that's what happened, and the game came out broken. But I promise you, the game was not broken towards the end of beta. Everything was flawless. And it ruined my whole experience because that was my next big thing. And then this game came along, and when I realized this was Brad's third attempt at an MMO, I probably should have turned around and walked away after my Vanguard experience. But I realized what the gaming landscape was 12 years ago, and I realized what games were out. WoW was not going to keep me. Final Fantasy XI was not going to keep me. Aeon, Horizons, DAOC, or Lineage 2, Rift, Terra, Arcade, none of those games were going to keep me. I needed the next EQ. It was supposed to be Vanguard, and it wasn't. Then this game came out, or was announced, to be the virtual successor. I thought, okay, maybe he's got a bit more money, maybe he's got a better plan, let's see. I said I was not going to get involved in the beta, because I didn't want to end up getting obsessed like I did in Vanguard, and then having the whole thing shoot me in the face. But I did back it day one, so I've been a backer of this game for like the last 12 years, or however long when the game first launched. I really should be doing something here. Talking to you guys, I know, but... yeah, man, I miss Vanguard. Even today, I miss Vanguard. If Vanguard had have released in its fixed state, and they would have been able to fix the warehouse update internally and then push it out, we'd probably still be playing Vanguard today. But sadly, that is not the case. Excuse me. I remember Meridian 59. I played Meridian 59 for a few months and then I stopped. It was okay. It wasn't great. A lot of people don't understand that either. A lot of people get into the argument, the old trolling argument was WoW was the first MMO. That was like the original troll phrase for the internet, was WoW was the first MMO. We saw it in EQ, I saw it in Horizons, I saw it in DAOC, I saw it in Lineage, but that became the meme at the time, was WoW was the first MMO. And then people go, well, no, it's EverQuest. EverQuest was the first MMO, like I was just talking about. Technically, based on multiple interactions to a game, Meridian 59 is arguably the first iteration of EQ, kind of, but it didn't have anywhere near the mechanics that EverQuest had. Excuse me. Meridian 59 was more of an Eye of the Beholder type deal. EverQuest was the sky opening up, the ray of light shining down, and all the trumpets blaring. Like, that was EverQuest. EverQuest was the Kool-Aid man breaking through a wall. And then the next Kool-Aid man moment was Unreal. When Unreal first came out and they had the launch trailer for Unreal. That's when the whole internet. So it was very cool going through these graphical generations to be able to see, you know. I mean, I've seen the Atari 2600, the Intellivision, the ColecoVision, the Sega Master System, blah, 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 everything under Sega, everything under Nintendo, everything under Sony, Neo Geo, all of it. I've seen all of it. I've played all of it. But to see how everything advanced over time, especially the jump from when EverQuest first came out, for those who didn't play the original EverQuest, I'm not talking progression servers. I mean the original 1998, 1999 EverQuest. If you go back and look at videos of original EQ and look at the graphics, you'll sit back and go, oh my god, that's ugly. However, at the time, that was eye-opening. We were excited when we saw what EverQuest was. We were excited at the trailer. We were excited at the character screen. We had never seen anything like it before. There was nothing that existed like it before. It was the next evolution of console gaming. But then, of course, Unreal came out, and Unreal has just been the standard ever since. I can talk games, man, for a year. I can talk games for a year. Name a console, I'll go into a conversation. I'm not going to do it, because I'll run my voice out. I can talk about every console in existence. I showed this the other day. I keep this by my desk just for nostalgia. This is a 3.5-inch floppy disk. This is what computers used to be. This is what games and programs used to come on. And they used to come on big stacks of these. And you used to have to install them one at a time. And in most cases, when you were playing a game, you had to periodically swap these out. That's right, 3.5-inch floppy. I used to have a 5 1/4, but I don't know what I did with it. I was going to show a 5 1/4, but it's around here somewhere, and I have no idea where I put it. Okay, Room. Have a good night, man. Well, I'll tell you, Alex, I saw your Vanguard comment. I believe somebody was in here a couple of days ago, and I think we were having a brief conversation, and they told me that I think there is a Vanguard server up. I think there's a fan service. You might have to do some research on it, but I do believe Vanguard is still active. I think somebody has a current build. I don't know anything else other than that, but... Would I go back to Vanguard? If Vanguard came out and it worked 100%, and I knew there was going to be new content, like ongoing, I would go back. Hands down, I would go back. No, I mean, I don't know if it's real or not, but they're saying they got family that just showed up and they apparently are being yelled at to go say hi. I mean, take that with a grain of salt. Oh, I didn't realize I could skin these. Corpses weren't sitting around. I remember back with Vanguard's development. I remember getting in arguments with the Blood Mage class lead. That guy was a goof. He made the Blood Mage, and the Blood Mage was very overpowered. Very overpowered if you knew how to play it. I was a warrior, but I rolled the Blood Mage to prove a point. I was taking on group content by myself with the Blood Mage, which you're not supposed to be able to do. That's just dumb. And I would have a conversation, or conversations with this guy, in-game, on MSN Messenger, days in, days out, and the dude just would not bend. He said, no, the Blood Mage is exactly where it needs to be. And I said, no class needs to be where the Blood Mage is. No class. Because everybody's going to roll Blood Mages and nobody's going to roll anything else. It was wild how stupidly overpowered the Blood Mage was. It needed to be nerfed during development, and the dude just wasn't bending. I don't know if he was taking offense, I don't know if he was playing Mr. Know-It-All, but the Blood Mage... And now, keep in mind, for those who aren't familiar with Vanguard, the Blood Mage was like EQ to other MMOs. The Blood Mage has never been duplicated. No MMORPG has tackled what the Blood Mage did. The Blood Mage had a way to use its life force to do damage, buff, heal, combo chain in on the, I guess what you would consider their technique system. Like the Blood Mage was a phenomenally unique class, never duplicated, and it would have been fantastic if it would have caught on so that other games could try and give it a go. But he made the Blood Mage so stupidly overpowered. Man, oh man, oh man. I wasted so much of my breath with him. Man, people got a log. What time is it? It's Saturday evening. Dragon Age has a Blood Mage? Yeah. So, I think that's a different type of mage. I think that's a magic-based class, right? Sorry, where's everybody going? Was a mage for Dragon Age. Okay. Yeah, so the Blood Mage in Vanguard was kind of like a martial artist, like a monk. They didn't use weapons, they had their hands and their feet, and they would do martial abilities to a target. But they would utilize their life force while doing it. It was like some kind of trippy kung fu. It was very cool. No spell book, no spells. It was just melee abilities. But they utilized their life force and manipulated the enemy's life force, which was pretty cool. Alright, hang on a second. Just so you guys know, the Havensong server has had 4 restarts so far this evening. Something's going on there. I got viewers telling me that they came from Havensong, and Havensong's dropped off the server list a few times this evening. They want to jump to a more populated server. Oh crap. Those servers filled up. Show you guys a server list. Havensong used to be the only one that was red. Havensong keeps going down for whatever reason. I'm assuming it's population based. But now these 2 servers have filled up. These 2 servers have never been full. This is the first time. They've never been past, like, as far as these pies go, they've never been past 2 pieces. That's nuts. That's gotta be the population from Havensong split into 2 other servers. This is the EU server. Not much of a population there. Even Sirona has a pretty steady population. Anyhow, hang on. Alright, I just jumped on the Osari. Should I just sit on the Osari server until you guys explore? I don't want to start jumping around and mixing it up. There you go. See what he's doing. Spider silk must be the next tier of outfitting, I'm guessing. The rest of this is all general? Really? Alright, let me find a merchant. That's all crude also. Okay. So, should I jump over to Broken Mall? Jumping again. Bear with me a moment, people. You find another group Oh, I think they're going to put another group together, Stogrim. I think. Have you played any with guildies? Huh? I know, right? When you say guildies, do you mean the guild that invited me in this game, or do you mean Chill Mode? If you mean the guild that invited me in this game, no, I haven't grouped with a single one of them since invite. I've been grouping with these other two individuals. The people that I've been with tonight, I was with yesterday and the day before. I've tried grouping with the guild, and nobody typed anything, nobody showed interest, nobody said they were interested, I couldn't find a group. No, I haven't grouped with any of those people, Stogrim. Not a one. Not a one. No, they were not Chill Mode. There are no Chill Mode in this playtest that I know. There's one Chill Mode person in this playtest, and I've only seen them once. I've been in tells with them 2 or 3 times, but we've never grouped up. And that person hasn't even been in EQ in a long time, because they were here during pre-seasons. So before they started seasons, he was playing this game. He was in here, he's been in here for a couple of years, I think. I'm on Broken Mall whenever. I should get my torch out just in case. So I have to summon my rogue. My rogue comes out with all its gear, as you can see, which is pretty cool, very Pokemonish. Need to take the torch off him, then dismiss him. Bring back the higher level tank dude. Hope he comes back at 14. 11, not good. Dismiss, summon again. $12 is not good. $11 is not good. Now we're burning bone fragments every time we do this, by the way, so if you're going to play Necro, make sure you stock up on bone fragments. You'll need a lot of them. This is RNG hit or miss. $13 works. We will get... Oh, actually, no, he's got a 2-hander, so we have to give it to us. I can actually give my torch to my pet, and my pet will be the light source. That's pretty cool. There, now we have a light source. There, see? Now we got our torch. We're good. I burned 8 bone fragments. Not good. You hit 65 in New World? Right on. Oh, dude, now you're in for the fun. Okay, so, when you are in New World, Stogrim, anytime somebody types TT, like TT run, you need to go on it. You need to go with them. get familiar with the map, and when you see the TT run, or whatever they call it now, you need to go. It's known as the chest run. They go through all the high-level areas, and they specifically target the mobs that are around all the good chests in the game. So when you see somebody in chat typing, I think it's TT run, it could be CC run, it's some kind of run anyways, and then you'll see players type X in chat. When you type X in chat, that's asking somebody to invite you into a group specifically for the run. Pay attention to this if you plan on playing New World into 65. You need to get on these runs, and you need to go loot all the chests and kill all the stuff that 100 other people are running around killing. You will fall behind if you don't. That's the best thing I can tell you. Are we still on Broken Maw? So now we have a different group build coming, so we'll see how this plays out. We have a wizard and a rogue this time around. This will be interesting because I want to see if anybody has an exposed ability that goes off my opener. I'm guessing if anybody's going to have it, it's going to be the rogue, but I'm not sure. And we can tell because when I cast this on a mob, you'll see this icon show up. I need this icon to flip. Once I see it flip, then I know somebody's got a follow-up to it. You enjoyed Monster Hunter Wilds, did you, Stogrim? Or you're enjoying it? The bit of the beta that you're in? You enjoy every Monster Hunter game. Wilds is like a refined world. When does Necro start to feel pretty niche while leveling? Was there a certain spell or ability? Yes. When I realized that the pets could come out at different levels. Particularly above you, so around level 12. The first two pets, not that big of a deal. The first two pets are typically going to be dark blue to you, but it was only the level 12 pet the first time I summoned it that it came out at level 14, which shocked me because, as you may be aware, Necros don't get pets that come out leveled higher than they are. In this game, there's a chance. So I would say level 12. And then my mindset changed again at level 16 when I got the mana dump. When I got the mana dump and Veil of Undeath, they cannibalize for Necros, these two abilities opened my mind again. Like, I'm telling you, we're not even there yet. I haven't even hit level 20 yet. So I'm interested to see what happens at level 20. But it seems like since level 12, every time I get a new tier of spells, so 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20, it seems like I'm learning something new. What armor is that dude wearing? That's splinted? That might be splinted. Oh, you can't examine? Are we running back over to spiders? That tree's floating in the air. That needs to be fixed. Place looks different in the daytime. Looks scary as crap at night. I'm jealous. I need the bone fragments off of this guy. And he didn't have any. Fantastic. Three nights ago, I was running through the forest at night here, and I met something called the Dusk Fiend, and it ran directly at me, and I was streaming, and my panties soiled, and I got white-knuckled, and I turned around and started running Indiana Jones style, and then he killed me in 2 hits, and I was like, great, where's my corpse? Oh, look at the damage difference. Oh, this is going to be a great group if everybody stays alive. That spider melted. Ah, the rogue just said exposed, 30 seconds. So the rogue must manipulate exposed. That's good. That's fantastic. So there's the expose opener. Let's see if it flips. Throwing a couple heals to rogue. Do you get a corpse summons? If so, what level? I don't at the moment. And I don't know if we do. I probably should go back to the Necro Trainer when I get a chance and go over the spells. I think we can go up to level 25 or level 26 on the merchant. So we could always see what else comes up. I have my 18 and 20 spells on me just in case I were to see it tonight. We might not see 20, but I might see 18. Pumping spell. should get a feign death skill. Here's hoping. Possible. Whoops. Why is that not sticking? Does listening to the rainfall make you feel relaxed? Dude, one thing this game has going that I put at the top of the ladder of rating things in this game, the sound. The audio in this game is phenomenal. Whoever sets up and designs the audio needs an Oscar, an Emmy, a Tony, a Razzie, a whatever. They need all the awards. The audio in this game is phenomenal. The only issue I have with the audio, and some of my viewers know, is that the skeleton used to have a skeleton type sound. However, now the skeleton sounds like a zombie, and I don't like that. It sounds like the skeleton has asthma or COPD, and that's not how a skeleton sounds. But it sounds more like a zombie. That's my only problem with the audio, but other than that, the sound in this game is fantastic. The fact that every zone, every region, every area has sound. There are no dead zones. There's no silence. It's not off-putting. So once you get into a rhythm like we are here, dude, it's a fantastic experience. And the rain doesn't even go into the buildings. I mean, kudos for that also. Does that mean you also enjoy the rain in real life? The days when you sit in the balcony and just watch the rain fall? I have done that. Honestly, during COVID, I did that quite often. I would go outside and sit. Nobody else would go outside because everybody was stuck inside the house. My job, I'm labeled as critical service. I have to work. I don't have a choice. If I can physically get to work, I have to go to work under all. I'm not going to go into details of my job, but I have to be there. I had to work through COVID. I had to go. It was the weirdest experience for me because I would leave my house at 8 o'clock in the morning, which is rush hour, and I would have to drive through 2 cities to get to work. I have to do that every day. During COVID, when the mandates came... I'm going to accept a res request for my body, and I'll be right back. Some random healer found my corpse. Dude, fantastic. Random healer found where I was going. I can't believe some random healer just found my corpse. Fantastic. I got a bit of experience back for that one. Trying to dodge the panthers. I always find the panthers at the wrong time and they always kill me. That's pretty good, man. Healer randomly tripped over my corpse. I got some XP back. I'll take it. Oh yeah, sorry. I got off track. I didn't finish my story. Going to work through COVID was wild. Ignore it. Oh, I was just gonna say focus on whatever you're pulling. No bones again. Skeletons out here have no bones. What's going on? So anyways, going to work was weird because I was one of the only individuals on the road during rush hour for months. I would normally see hundreds and hundreds of people, of vehicles going to work. And during COVID, during the first 4 or 5 months of COVID, so we're talking 2020, there was nobody on the road but me. I would stop at major intersections with my windows down and listen to silence. It was the craziest experience ever. It felt, if you ever saw the first episode of The Walking Dead, when Rick gets out of the hospital bed and staggers outside of the hospital and realizes there's nobody else around, that's what it felt like. But back then, during the spring, whenever we'd have our rain season, I would go and sit on the front deck that I have and just sit there and listen to the rain. Just because nobody else would sit outside. Where I live, I have a veranda built over the front of my house, over the doors. Nobody else on the street has that. So nobody else could actually sit outside in the rain without getting wet. I can sit out in the rain and I'm, you know, dry as whatever. But yes, I used to sit out in the rain quite a bit. It is relaxing. It's nice to get out there and nobody bothers you. I get bothered a lot for tech support. My phone goes off the hook. I get voice messages. I get DMs online. I get bothered a lot for tech support, and it's nice to be able to sit outside and leave my cell phone inside and not have to worry about anybody and just sit there. It's fantastic. Ah, right on. Yeah, fantastic. I always thought about that. Watching TV shows years ago when they... So, for those who don't know, I'm Canadian. I live up in Canada. I say up in Canada because I know the majority of you are probably from America. Some of you might be European. But I always wondered what it was like down south in the States when you'd used to watch TV shows where people would sit outside and they'd have whole fields and forests below them and out in front of them, and what it would be like to sit outside with a thunderstorm, to feel the air pressure and the way the air around you kind of clears up or feels light and then changes to feel heavy. And I always wondered what that would be like. We don't get that here because we don't have a kind of a dry... Our heat here, because I'm on the coast by the ocean, we don't have a dry heat. It's like a dampness, which is unfortunate. Seems like Pantheon's going down the same route. I'm telling you, I agree. The major selling point slash improvement for me with this game is the audio. The audio is fantastic. When you're harvesting ore, it sounds like you're mining. When you're chopping wood, it sounds like you're chopping wood. When you're running on grass, when you're running on wood, when you're running on stone, it all sounds the way you'd think it would sound. You're harvesting in a field at low level and you hear goblins going for a stroll and they're talking to themselves and you don't understand what they're saying, but you know they're talking. Nighttime comes and you can't see your hand in front of your face, but you have to pay attention to audio because you have to recognize what certain creatures sound like, so you know if you're getting too close, if they're coming too close to you. Positional audio is a thing. The audio in this game, I can't say it enough, is phenomenal. Period. Except for the zombie-sounding skeletons. You prefer the night or daytime, both in MMOs and in real life? Nighttime in real life because it's the quietest. I do audio recording. I do voiceover, narration. So I like it when it's quiet. The evening is always the better. In the summer and early fall, I love having the windows open and not hearing my neighbors, which is fantastic. In-game, in-game is a little different because this game doesn't do night cycle like other games do. When it's nighttime in EQ, you can still see where you're going. In this game, you can't see where you're going. A torch doesn't help you. You need to be on a road with street lamps or with street torches, you know, to know where you're going. This game has the, oh my god, I can't see in front of me. Like, I better make sure I don't trip over a stair, you know? It's a whole different feel. Nighttime is, especially out here, one spider could destroy a whole group at nighttime because somebody didn't see it and aggroed it. And all you see in the distance is a faint casting bar as the spider casts a spell to wreck the group. So in this game, the daytime is great for exploration, but the nighttime has its own fun. The nighttime has its own fun. Well, like I said, if I could find that, maybe I'll go back and maybe I'll go back to find the clip and I'll cut it and post it to the channel. But the clip where I ran into the Dusk Fiend by accident, it's hilarious. It was, dude, I did not expect it. He just came out of nowheres. It was pitch black and I was probably 15 feet from him, and all of a sudden, you have to understand, we're fighting this content here. Imagine if this spider was this big on the screen from 50 feet away. Like, the Dusk Fiend was massive, and he just came blasting out of the forest. I didn't see a hit bar or a hit point bar. I didn't see a name. I didn't see an outline. I didn't see a silhouette. There was nothing in front of me, and then poof, he was there. I couldn't turn around fast enough and start running. It was hilarious. And because it's so tedious to find your corpse, I was freaking out. Like, I don't want to die. I don't want to have to find my corpse in the pitch black. This game is going to be fun. This game is going to be frustrating to a lot of people. This game is going to test a lot of people's patience. I'm going to find this game fun. I'm going to find this game fun. Period. Oh, haste wore off. Does that mean you don't fear the dark, instead you embrace it? I mean, in my house, I have no lights on. Like, it's whatever it is, 10 o'clock. Like, I can walk around all the different floors of my house and in pitch black and not run into anything. So, the dark doesn't bother me. Or nighttime doesn't bother me. The environment would bother me. If I was walking at nighttime in a neighborhood that I wasn't familiar with, there'd be a little bit of hesitation. But for the most part, no, I am not quote-unquote afraid of the dark, so to speak. Oh, that didn't stick. You were playing from the attic? Right on. I mean, I'll be honest, if I could set my attic up, I can't because there's not enough room, but if I could set my attic up that I could actually play up there, I mean, I would probably set a system up there as well, just because it's quiet. I need quiet. I mean, I use noise-canceling headphones. These headphones are fantastic, but I need the quiet for when I record. Excuse me. Great, resistant. Interesting. So you notice these spiders are coming with traits on them, right? Like you see this guy's resistant, so stuff will resist more often than not. He's got the buff underneath him. At the manor, they had their disposition next to their name, right? It was in brackets, like, rabid, blah, 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 whatever. But these guys seem to have the buff icon, so maybe pay attention to that just to know when you're gonna run into resistances. Oh, that's a shriek. That's an AoE'er. The Widower is iron-willed, highly resistant to crowd control, so be careful. Interesting. That's cool. If you didn't think to look, you wouldn't know. Lesson for you guys. Pay attention to these little buff icons under your target. This is the first time I'm noticing these. Normally with the content that you fight up to this point, if they have any sort of status, it's in brackets next to their name. You'll see something like this wolf, like if he was faster than normal, you'd see rabid next to his name. The undead that we fought last night in the manor, they had suffixes in brackets at the end of their names. These guys, apparently they attach them as buff icons. So pay attention to that, because if you're an enchanter and you pull 2 mobs like we just did, and you choose this guy to try and mez, you're not going to be able to do it. Because you can see this spider's immune to crowd control. If you didn't pay attention to that, you'd blow all your mana on absolutely nothing. So, I just learned that now, so did you. Pay attention. See what you're learning here? See? Aren't you glad you tuned into this stream? Getting an edumacation? This guy has no predisposition. Bloodless, immune to bleeding and poison. Look at that skeleton. Oh, okay, so... Sorry to cut you off there just for a second. That skeleton that we just killed, I just noticed that the suffix that skeleton had, if you looked, it was bloodless. And it specifically said, cannot be bled or... oh shit. Bled or something. Anyways, so pay attention to the little buff icons under the names. Because I just blew mana for nothing. They're sneaky. They are so sneaky to have those things in brackets next to the names out in plain sight, and all of a sudden you get up here and you start fighting these, because the person's going to think, oh, this is just regular trash mobs. There's nothing special about them. Because they're not paying attention. I am educating everybody tonight. I'm educating you fools. I'm educating the string. Dude, I'm just spitting knowledge. What is going on? I'm going to be the cheat code for this game. I'm just saying. You ain't learning this stuff from nobody else on here. Do those nightingales do that psycho shock explosion? Because I've got 172 health and I took 123 points of damage a second ago. Heightened armor class. So, resistant against melee. Dude, we're learning all sorts of stuff. I wonder how many other traits there are. I'm gonna pay attention. I gotta pay attention. I may have to start calling this out. We're still in combat, see? So I'm not going to stop running until this red goes away. That's how you tell you're still in combat. Oh, so we're all the way back to town. There, out of aggro. Yeah, 2 of those spiders were immune to root. Traits are important, people. Can't stress it enough now that we know. Pay attention. Pay attention to the buffs on the enemies. If we'd have stayed to try and fight that with an enchanter or a rogue and a necro for CC, we'd have failed miserably because 2 of those mobs we wouldn't have been able to CC. Man, I had to go all the way back to town before aggro broke. We gotta make some more food. We're running out. I was like, geez, he's freaking me out. Oh, we got a shriek too? It's the AoE'er. Okay, stream. I need 4 or 5 minute AFK. I gotta run downstairs real quick. I'll be back. Feel free to get up and stretch. I've already let the group know, so we're just gonna sit here, and I'll be back. I mean, I'm just going for coffee. Really. That's shh. Okay, stream. We are back. Group looks to still be alive. You guys miss me or what? I think it was the snake, because it just aggroed me. I can't cure it. Hey, Fluffy, what's happening? How you doing? That's the necro root. I don't know when you typed that message, Fluffy, so I hope I didn't miss you. I mean, if I missed you, I'm talking into the air. Bum, 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 bum. I'm doing well, Fluffy. Just trying to get that grind in Pantheon. Are you a fellow Pantheon player? Are you interested in the game? I love when all the dots land. Fantastic. Now see, in the daytime I can target that widower all the way down the hill, but if it was nighttime, I'd need the widower to be right up here. Okay, this is the AoEer. Oh, this guy's orange. That's pretty good though. Most of our dots landed. You're interested in trying it out? Right on. Are you looking to get involved before early access, or are you waiting till the game launches? I wouldn't necessarily say you could sit back. I'm taking the liberty of sitting back because I trust that the group that I'm in knows what they're doing. With the Necromancer, there's not a whole lot of active stuff I need to do. As long as my spells land, I'm pretty much just regenerating mana. So even though we're sitting here, I'm watching the mob, I'm watching where it's placed, I'm watching when the AoE goes off, who gets hit with it and who doesn't. I'm also watching the group window to see how the healer and the DPS magic bar is. You know, all sorts of stuff you need to pay attention to. But I can do that and still talk to you guys. So don't think this is an easy game that's laid back. It's not. We've already died and ran multiple times this evening. We have a rhythm right now. Come on, spell, land. There. See, right now I noticed the healer is low on mana, so we're actually going to take time to pump their mana up, which is something the Necro can do, which is pretty awesome. And that takes most of my mana, which means I can't cast my own spells anyways. A lot of thinking goes behind playing the Necromancer. And if you're not constantly thinking, well, then you probably shouldn't play a Necromancer. You want to get in before early access? Now's the time to do it. The cheapest pledge available gets you 24/7 access to the game now. So if you wanted to give the game a go and you wanted all the time in the world to play it, now's the time to do it. They gave all pledges 24/7 access a couple weeks ago. I have not. For harvesting? Oh, is what Genius was doing the other night. Gotcha. Not this guy. For those of you watching on stream, I've got people in Twitch, I've got people on YouTube, and I've got people in Discord in my ear, so the group is actually chatting. So we got a series of conversations going on, so if you happen to listen to a one-sided conversation, now you know. I'm multi-chatting, I guess you could call it. That's a shriek, so that's another AoE'er. We need to be careful. Keep our distance. This one is immune to root effects, just FYI. That would be the high avoidance. Next check, you're thinking about getting the supporter pledge? Right on. I mean, I wouldn't tell you you should, but if you're genuinely, honestly set, excuse me, on giving the game a try, at least to form your opinion, now's the time to do it. Because keep in mind, a lot of people might be against the pledging to the game, and they might say, oh, well, you know, their cheapest pledge is $50, and that's too much. You gotta realize, the pledge gets you the game. If you wait until release and go get the game, you're gonna pay $50 anyways. What are we talking about here? It's semantics. So, like I said, if people want 24/7 access to mess around with the game, now's the time to get into it. Like, there's no argument or discussion. Anybody who complains about the $50 pledge is showing ignorance. They are uneducated. It's 6 of one, half dozen the other. Excuse me. This one has a high armor class. It's going to be a bit of a burn. This guy's a bit tough for me. He's orange, so he's 3 levels higher. Oh, yeah, keep that mezzed. Oh shoot, somebody just broke that. This one's highly acrobatic, so avoidance. I'm gonna miss a lot. Beating Rahi. I'm far enough away, so if you want to move Mako to where I am, I'm right behind you by like 10 feet. Be better. Do gooder. That's not good. I don't think... Oh, Rahi's at full... Never mind. Rahi's full mana. I'm gonna feed spell. You think I don't know that? Out of the three of us, me to you to them, I'm the one that doesn't need the mana per se. So I'm going to keep feeding you, and you just keep feeding the healer, and we'll just leave it like that, and we'll keep pulling. I'm not being sewn to anybody's ass, just saying. Sorry guys, there was a centipede joke made. We have another one? Man, frisky. I was gonna say we've been on the edge for 3 mobs now. This is pretty good. So this is proof, people, that you don't have to be at optimum performance to maintain a group. We've been very sketchy on mana the past 3 pulls. Bear just casually going for a stroll behind us. It's by us twice now. Oh, healer's jetting. Healer's taking off. I'm checking with a couple clerics. Looking for a cleric. Oh. I sent a tell to a chaplain smiter, a 16 cleric, but they're in a group. I don't see anybody else on cleric-wise that's in this level range. This tank would be what? Dire Lord, Paladin, Warrior? I just sent a tell to a Gary, who is an 18 Paladin. Nope, struck out. They're logging. And I already tried Chaplain Smiter, so you don't have to worry about that one. Am I gonna have to start a warrior? Man, we got like 3 weeks till the reset. There are like no tanks on right now in our level range. And we say that because we had a cleric that had to drop, like, immediately. Didn't have a backup or anything, which is a problem, because now we have to put the group kind of on hold. We have... Our tank right now could play a healer, but then they wouldn't be able to play a tank, which means if we get their healer in, we need to get a tank in. We can't find a tank. There are no healers on in our level range. They're all either really low or above us. Okay, we have a bit of a respite right now while we try and find a sixth. So, how you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? You guys just chilling? Anybody playing anything? Hey, Tij. Playing your Zerker in EQ2? Right on. What are you working on in EQ2? What expansion? Just started on a live server. Oh, wow. The shaman we were grouped with last night. A-class. Oh, they must have left server. I sent them tells, but I didn't get a response and they're not in line. Yeah. Nobody on. You want the fast travel? Have I done any dungeons yet? Yes. We've done the spider caves. We've done the orc caves. We haven't done anything in this zone yet. We were going to earlier, but a couple of people that were supposed to be here weren't here, so we couldn't go in. It's a bit of a crawl, and the game is not very friendly. So you kind of want to make sure you're built tough to go into a dungeon. I thought we were going to have a couple of people that we were grouped with last night. The group last night was fantastic. They said they were going to be here, but they're not here. We're stuck right now because we need either a tank or a healer that's 17 plus. And it's very difficult right now to find them. They're either really high, level 23 and up, or they're really low, level 13 and down. Waiting on the new EverQuest expansion. I hear ya. Uh-oh, they might call the group. Because we can't find anybody. I just sent a message to a 20 cleric. We'll see what happens. Nope, snatched up. Man, I'm trying. Trying. 23 is too high. 29 is too high. 24 is too high. 14 is too low. 26 is too high. At the fort place? Can we continue this group with the shaman? Man, who's in zone? I can't find anybody. Hey, Atacam, what's happening? How you doing? Working on your cleric, Acer? Right on. What level's your cleric? Banner groups keep falling apart. Ah, bummer. Sorry to hear that, man. Do they fall apart because the pulls don't go well? Do they fall apart because somebody just joins and then 3 kills later takes off? People just having to go? Yeah. We had a couple of those tonight. What's going on, Atakan? What are you doing tonight? Ah, gotcha. Right on. Yeah, man. Kick back and chill. We're working on tanks now. Did we get a tank? I think we got a tank. I think we got a tank. I think we're good to go. Nice. Warrior incoming. We're set to go again. Everybody sat tight. Everybody was patient. We're going again. We had a bit of a respite. That's okay. We got a couple people sitting in LFG still for the last 10 minutes that should have accepted our group invite but decided not to. They are still in LFG. Too bad for them. That's what happens when you get picky. Oh, this is going to be fun. Warrior's going to have to run to us in the dark. Look at the lighting. Notice how it's dark right back here, but when you jump so that the light dome opens up, you actually see the ground. My accuracy is 0.06. Mana regen is +1. Yeah. Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, that was a nuisance. You what? You were up thinking about how awesome that manor group was? Well, I appreciate your effort for all the pulling. I mean, that was pretty constant. Yeah, I only got it like probably an hour before I spoke to you this evening, or this afternoon, I think. The warrior's on the way here. They were binding at the stone a few minutes ago, so they're probably coming across the rock face. We just have to hope they don't accidentally get aggro. Here we go. Tank is here. Their mic's probably broken. Or they have to have ears free because someone's talking to them and they don't know how to use left and right channel of their own head. If we were back in the day of $5 telemarketer earpieces, I understand. But come on. You can't keep pulling that excuse 20 years later. Yeah, for real? It's a common thing, man. You ever take a close look in the mirror for any dips or bumps or misshapenness that you didn't have before? That happens too. The heat is on. We're back at it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who are you on? This might do it. This might do it. I wasn't saying anything all night. I've been one kill away from leveling for like a half hour. I didn't want to jinx it. Uh-oh, where's the top of the hill? Oh, I can't study spells in combat? Okay. We get a new pet now. It's weird listening to a one-sided conversation, I know, right? Just imagine, I'm having 3 one-sided conversations. I'm talking to you guys, I'm talking to the crowd on YouTube, and I'm talking to the crowd in my ear. We got a new pet now. I just gotta get out of combat. Now, we gotta put our new pet in. And I believe it's a tank, so we're gonna blank that out. Bring that in. Dismiss you. And hope for a level 20. $17. I would like a level 20. The highest we had before was 14. $17 again. Oh, it's a shriek. They got an AoE. Oh, 19's good enough. We'll take it. Uh-oh. I got aggro. Guess I gotta be careful now. I'm pulling aggro. Oh, I'm in combat. I can't skin. Oh, I guess we're fighting. Oh, this new pet doesn't have the gear. I mean, we won't talk about the necro heals keeping him alive. We got a spider in the back for some reason. Oh, I'm not in combat. What am I running for? What is a Grimling? Gray. You know what, pet? Let's see what happens. Go get him. Tauntaun. Oh, it's a skeleton. Hey, drops bones. Nice. Drops a club. 4 damage. That works. We won't have to worry about resummoning. Not the best for damage, but it'll do. If we can get a solid weapon and a shield for the pet, we need to get a full set of armor too. I mean, if we go and summon, we should be able to pull the armor off of him, right? He should still be geared. Yeah. Okay. Take the helm off. The axe off. The gloves off. Dismiss him. Resummon this guy. Level 19, that'll work. Oops, I don't know why I closed that. Okay, now our pet's better off. 435 hit points? Sold. Now he's looking sexy. Are we engaging that weaver? I got it rooted. Rooted. Got another one on me. Rooted. Okay, are these humans just spawning from the spiders, or what's going on here? This is the third one that just spawned on us. I don't have a slow. Oh, the curse. Oh, I got you. I was thinking slow as in melee slow, not movement slow. Okay, so the Nightingales spawn the mind-controlled humans. The mind-controlled humans act like a grenade, and if you don't kill them fast enough, they explode and do damage to the group. That's how that works. Harvester is new. Orphan Harvester. What do you do? Nothing at the moment. Excuse me. So the harvesters have a haste. Gotta try and get this silk. It's used for the tier 2 crafting, or outfitting. And I don't know how many opportunities I'm going to get to do this. Okay, Stogrim, have a good night, man. Fine with me. They mostly seem to come in with no traits attached to them. That's ridiculous. You're like 8 feet out. Excuse me. Pardon me. Sorry about that, people. I had a frog in my throat. My target's the Weaver, and my pet's attacking the Shriek. Okay, we landed every single spell on that guy. I'm guessing nobody else has skinning high enough to skin these? Okay, Silken Lasso was a bit annoying. A lot of people, man, talking really good stuff about this game the past 4 or 5 days. Nice to see. I get 1 or 2 people complaining about something that's really not a point, but the majority of what I've heard back for feedback, in-game and out-of-game, has been fantastic. I don't know what to do, chat. Do we play Necro all the way through? Do I start a warrior in early access? I don't know. I don't know. I'm having a mid-game crisis. Oh, you bugger, I was harvesting. Now I'm in combat, so I can't harvest. No, Sloth should go to a shaman first. Are you crazy? Ooh, mage got aggro. The camp is kind of leveling out. We're kind of, with the last couple of dings that we got, mana seems to be more stable. This one has spell avoidance, so taunt might not land so often. Yes. I'm actually starting to love them. I can't wait till more people get out here and then they don't realize and then they end up getting their asses kicked and then everybody gets their panties in a twist and nobody can figure out what's happening. We're getting some nice silk, though. That's fantastic. This one is spell avoidance again. Taunts may resist. My bad. I was saying earlier, it took me 11 years to get in here. I backed like day one. For 10 years anyways. What was it, 2014? 2015, 2014? Uh-oh, AoE's gonna break me out of it. No, let me finish. Let me finish. Yes. Well, some of them have been at it for a decade. I mean, they would probably feel really, really bad if all of a sudden they're like, okay, we're done. we're almost encumbered. We gotta be careful. Uh-oh, Spellweaver. Why does Ham have a corpse over it? How you guys in chat doing? You guys still hanging out? Y'all fall asleep? Just tuning in. Hey Enzo, what's happening? Yes. This is what they call pre-alpha. They're putting the game into early access in December. You're still hanging out, Acer? How's the cleric coming? Did you manage to find a group? How's the game doing? I mean, good so far. They started season 6 almost 3 weeks ago, probably 2 weeks ago. They started with 2 servers, then they opened up a third one for European audience. Now they have 5 servers going. 2 of the servers are pretty heavy on population. We're on one of the lesser populated servers. Well, it could be more populated now. We have no idea. We've been out here in this group for a few hours now. It's going. It's going. I don't have an ETA as to when the game gets to any certain point. I mean, that's something only Visionary Realms can answer, and they don't have an answer for it as of yet. The game is still being worked on. But there's a good portion of it that's active now. Like the first zone, for example. We're in the second zone. We're in a zone called Avendir's Pass, or AVP. The first zone, Thronefast, is all, as far as I understand, is all finished. It's all good. There's no polish needed. They might do a few aesthetic things, like with appearances. But outside of that, the zone is pretty done, which is nice to hear. You got a spiders group, right on. I mean, where you couldn't get the manor at your level, I mean, the spiders group is better than nothing. There's a handful of them in there that are 11 and 12, I think. The one we're on is immune to crowd control. Both of them are immune to crowd control. That was an unlucky pull. Both spiders came with CC immunity. Oh, aggro broke. Listen to the fly. That's pretty cool. I don't think I noticed that sound before. Or mosquito? Fly? No, it'd be fly. Mosquito would be higher pitch. Where did that come from? Celestium Dust of Prowess. No idea what that's for. That's right, it's still early. Oh, see, you can't target anything from this distance at night. It has to get closer. The day-night cycle in this game is fantastic. I got one rooted. I can try and keep the harvester rooted. I'll try. Yep, but it'll do damage, so root may break. Rerooted. Resisting. He's resisted all. Nice, they got him. Nice, 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 nice. I'm almost dead. What on earth happened there? Don't fail me now, life. There we go. So I guess I can root them. Cool. Keep that in mind. Hey Lucas, what's happening? Are any quests in this game? Oh yeah, there's a ton of them. I have a bunch of them I haven't even done. We've done about a dozen of them so far. Can you be a werewolf? No. At least not at this time. You can get killed by a werewolf, as I did three nights ago. Which character like a vampire? Necromancer. That was a big pull. We are encumbered. 15.2, 7.5, 4.8, 3.2. 3.2 puts us at 110. 110. What else weighs? That club weighs 3.4. Let's get rid of that. That gives us a bit more. I was just standing there until you guys got back. Ow. You're on your way to level 19? Dude. Oh, I'm back. Halfway to 19. Yes, we're halfway to 19. I read that wrong. I'm like, you're at level 19? Holy cow. You flew. Actually, we need that. Looks that way. The lighting is so cool. Being able to see him at a distance. Still can't target him though. They most certainly did nail the lighting, yes. The lighting is fantastic. The lighting and the audio, man. It's a nightingale. It was the shock thing. Our healer went kaput. There was an explosion at the end. There are these mind-controlled humans you guys may see that are spawning while we're fighting the spiders. The spiders control them and they throw them at us, and then after a certain amount of time, they explode. You gotta kill them before they explode, because if not, they do a lot of damage to everybody. So unfortunately that time, the healer was too close to the fight, and the AoE took him out. Tank went AFK for a minute. Waited to CC the spider. The wolf's just looking at us. He's like, do I eat this guy? Do I not eat this guy? I think I'll go away. He stinks. Too close. You're gonna go to sleep, and then about 5 o'clock in the morning, you're gonna wake up and you're gonna yell, "Human!" Spiders look like they're about to lay eggs, for sure. We keep looting the eggs after we kill them. So this one has haste and is immune to crowd control. Okay, let's go to the bank. Alright, streams. Plural. That is going to be the end of the stream for the most part. I'm going to do some banking here and then head to bed. The group is breaking up. Everybody's logging for the night. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Hope you guys learned some stuff. I'm not sure what the game plan is for tomorrow. If we can get some activity in here tomorrow, we'll do Pantheon tomorrow. If not, I might be in Destiny 2 trying to run the newest dungeon with a couple of viewers. We'll see what's going on. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day as always. If you're new to the channels and you haven't already, feel free to follow, feel free to subscribe, feel free to like, feel free to whatever. You know, blow me up. Notice I used the word up. Anyhow, you guys have a good night. We'll talk to you next stream.